Okay, am I on? Am I on? Am I on drugs? Is my stream on? It must be on at this point. It just must be.
At this point, it just must be.
Okay, it's on.
At this point, it just must be.
Okay, it's on. Alright. Sorry about that. Okay, here we go. Hey, I'm Eric. I'm making a game. I'm always doubtful about whether I'm on or not. I'm always doubtful. Are you on? I'm on. I think I'm on. Maybe everybody else is on and I'm just sort of on. Okay, so I'm making this game. It's called the Godkiller. If you played games like, say, maybe Portal or Cube or Drod or The Witness, or it's a 3D puzzle solving game. So you need to have understanding of a large three-dimensional space that you're inside of, and solve puzzles while you're there and fight enemies. And the story of the game is set in an afterlife that you've arrived at. And the rules of this world are completely different than our own. They don't really follow Judeo-Christian ideas of heaven and afterlife. It's something else, something completely different. And first character you meet in the game is God. And God's kind of an idiot. In this world, he's just a fool. Sort of a bully too. You know, he's trying to push you around and get you to do what he wants, sending you to be in situations you don't want to be in. So the protagonist, this woman named M, who just sort of materializes in the afterlife, is in conflict with God, and I won't say if she kills God or if it's her intent to kill God, because that's kind of spoilerish, but it's basically her against God the entire game. So that's it. And I'm right in the middle of it. The structure of my streams is I like to have some kind of demo at the beginning, and then I go into a live coding session where I just get some work done. Or sometimes it's not coding, sometimes it's some art or modeling type tasks or audio stuff. Since I'm wearing a lot of hats here, and I jump in and work on different things. And part of the stuff I do in this project is music. And I'm not a great singer. I have been somewhat successful in writing songs that people like. I am not a great performer of them. Most of the songs that are going to be in the game, I'm going to have other people do the voices. And I've already done some experiments with one actor / performer, singer, Chelsea Blackwell, and looking forward to getting like real vocals on it. But for this demo, I'm just going to sing one of my songs I wrote. It's a real short one. If you ever watched the movie Willy Wonka or Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, was it Willy Wonka and the Charlie Factory? I think the book is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and the movie is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. If you ever watch that, and there's the Oompa Loompa songs, they're super short songs. They kind of follow a certain pattern. I think I might be trying to create something like that, just really short songs. And for these particular songs, I don't intend for there to be vocals that you hear in the game, but for some words to be shown on the screen, like maybe on a wall or something like that, like karaoke style lyrics, and you'll hear the melody and you can sing with it. So I'll play the song and I'll sing along with it. And it's a real short song, so if you really hate my singing, it's going to be over with real quick. Don't worry about it. And then we'll get to coding if that's what you're into. All right, let's play it. Thanks, Killer Zombie, is that your name? Digital Zombie. Thanks, Digital Zombie, for the really nice comment. I greatly appreciate that. In fact, it made me like say, instead of doing a just kind of quiet to myself work session today, I'll go ahead and stream it. So it means something to me when people like to listen to my sessions. So I do appreciate that. Okay, so let's play the song. I made them small so they won't fall. I made them all so very small. Now they don't fly, they crawl. I made them small. I told you it was short. Okay. Let's get to work. I've written so much music for this already. It's like over 40 minutes or so. And I haven't even gotten to like all the kind of ambient instrumental stuff. I've only got like one song like that now, but I'll have to make a much more. And those are easy to make compared to the lyric-based songs. Instrumental songs are so much easier for me. Not just instrumental, but ambient. So if it's not supposed to have a really foreground melody, that shit is so easy to crank out. Just make so much of it so fast. Alright. So what are we doing today? There's an old project that had the game running in it. It broke. I'm moving over assets to the new project, which is not broken and also contains my routines for loading in scenes that are done in kind of a Gen 2 way. Like the first way I did it was sort of ill-conceived. If I can give any advice for people like me that are pretty good programmers with some experience, but maybe a little new to Unity, if that's where you're at, if you start a game project in Unity, get the loading part done first. Like whatever loads in your scenes or your assets, like moving from one screen to another, going from one level to the next. Do that first. Figure out like some kind of home for code and data that does not get unloaded when you move from level to level, and a different home for all the stuff that's in the scene, and make it so that those work well. That was my main mistake in my first round, and I'm a seasoned developer. I did a lot of things right, but this is advice for somebody who's a little bit clueful. Like if you're a complete newbie at writing games, there'll be a whole bunch of other stuff for you to worry about. But like if you're like a intermediate to advanced programmer and you're just new to Unity, I would say that's number one. Get the scene loading mechanisms done right in the beginning. Number two, figure out all of your data structures such that you do not allocate during the update or any of the kind of recurring events. You want to allocate one time, maybe at scene load time, and have your data structures be set up such that you you don't allocate anything as you go, because the garbage collection stuff will make all your frame rate go stuttery, and basically there's a little bit of time that is taken maybe while you're trying to update the screen to garbage collect on data that is no longer needed. So anything where you're allocating while the scene is updating is kind of screwed up, and it's also hard to fix it. It's hard to change that to a different structure. It's like a lot of recoding that you have to do. So if you start from the beginning and you say, this data structure is going to be a fixed length array, or it's going to be a pre-allocated list with a set number of items, and you've got some kind of strategy for what happens when either the maximum number of items that you're going to need at the beginning, or you can allocate without freeing during the scene. Then you won't have the problems with slowdowns and frame stutters that come from the garbage collection. But it really takes intentional design. So I distinguish between things that you can fix easily enough as you progress. You can just change them over. Those kinds of mistakes, they're not that big of a deal. But the loading and the data structures that do not allocate during updates, those ones usually take some sort of initial thought and design so you don't end up having to redo a lot of code. Okay. So what I want to do is take my prefabs and fix them so that they have their original materials applied to them, and maybe their original scripts as well. And I think I can do that maybe a few hours or something like that. And there'll probably be like 3 examples of things that I can't fix right away, and I'll leave them for later. But my session goal is to just knock out a whole bunch of prefabs, most of them, except for maybe a handful of exceptions, and get them restored to their former state of glory. It's a restoration type of a project here. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll just do one and explain what I'm doing as I go through it. Okay, so scenes. So I'm not even working in my scene yet. These are all just prefabs that I copied over from the old project. So if I go to arches, I drag. I don't even have to drag it into the scene. Let's double click, go into the prefab editor. I act like it's going to be really easy and straightforward, and immediately there's difficulties. Does it have to do with a script being missing? Could that be it? That's the thing I hate. It'll say a script is missing and it won't give me the original name of it, so I can just go look it up. Somebody wrote something about this that might be helpful. Let me see if I can just find one that's not suffering from this problem to start with. All these will be missing scripts. Just let me do one. Just one easy one. Nice. That's got to be an easy one. Okay, in this case, I just know from memory what the missing script is, so I should be able to fix that. It is ice. Where is it? Discovery piece. Discovery. Discovery. Simple piece discovery. That one. Fine. And this should be an ice piece. I just hate this thing where I can't see what the original name of the script was. So it says I have 2 scripts that are missing. I can remove this one. Let's just remove it. I just want to get this thing to... I just want one thing that's just working. No, I don't like this. Where is my mesh? I need a material assign, maybe. That's it. That's probably it. That's almost certainly it. Now can I see it? Can I see my mesh? I don't get it. Man, this might be a worse situation I'm going into than I thought. I'm going to open the door because it's hot in here. I feel like this is going to be one of those things where I'll be real upset and frustrated until I figure out one stupid thing, and then I'll face palm myself and go, oh, of course. So I'm going to look through all this crap. So that's the shader. Don't actually need the mesh collider, I'll just remove it. Let's see. Unity. Get name. Yeah, that one. Name of missing script. Somebody said there was like an option to turn on where it saves this to as force text. Okay, let me see if I've got that turned on already. editor settings. Are they talking about in Visual Studio? No, I don't think it'd be in Visual Studio because Visual Studio only deals with the source code. Unity deals with the assets, and these files that contain the assets, I want them to have the name inside of them. So let me look through this a little bit better. It's kind of weird. Let me see. There's a whole bunch of stuff to the right. Okay. Oh, look at all these Pro Builder options. I've got a sinking feeling about something. Like maybe upgrading to Pro Builder 4 broke my meshes. I hope that's not it, because that would give me some difficult options. I don't know where to get to the setting that person is talking about, and look at the date on this. Yeah, this is way back in 2015, so probably the settings changed around. Okay, let me look at maybe somebody else's answer. Okay, well, let me just try opening up the prefab. See, this is the type of problem I have. So here it's just saying GUIDs or file IDs, and that's not a good way for me to learn what the original name was of it. So, is that what it looks like in their example? Yeah, it's this M name thing here. M name, main camera. Oh, well, M name empty here, but what else? Maybe some other ones have it? Empty. Well, this is a clue though. Like, this is one of my custom params. So if I see what the name of a param is inside of the prefab, it might be enough for me to figure out what the original script was. Not ideal, but it's better than looking up GUIDs. And the original poster on that Stack Overflow question was right. It does keep your parameter values even if the script is missing. Okay, let's find another one where it's missing. And also, I couldn't tell by looking at this, could I? Are these in the same order as they're shown in the inspector? Are they in the same order? That would be helpful if they were. So let me take a look at that. So here's the transform. Yep, 1820 -8. Okay, cool. I like this non-binary format. That was nice of them. Okay, the next one's a mono behavior. So in theory, that could be the mesh renderer. Let me see if that checks out. So, dynamic occluded. Is that a value? Oh, mesh renderer. So what does this go to? So mesh renderer is here. Is this mono behavior like, is it part of the first item? Okay, there's mesh renderer, then there's mesh filter. I think I do need the mesh filter, and it seems like the mesh filter is broken. Well, this is potentially pretty bad. I don't want to go through and remodel everything. I'm trying to find some kind of practical way to import these assets. Well, okay. Shouldn't the prefab have some kind of vertex data in it? Shouldn't it have some kind of mesh? Okay, well, we do have some stuff here. Oh, you know what I'm missing? I'm missing the friggin' Pro Builder. I'm missing the Pro Builder script. Oh, god damn it. Because there isn't a Pro Builder script, but it's going to be Pro Builder 4.x. And applying that to the component with the missing script might work. It seems like a bit of a long shot, but no, it's possible that like the Procore team, they thought of this use case and made it backwards compatible. All right, let me cancel my changes. I'll come back to ice. All right. Let me look for an example of a healthy prefab. I can do that by going to some of the newer code that wasn't imported. Project. Okay, this is the Pro Builder object. I think I'm starting to get it. Okay. So it goes game object, and then your transform, mesh filter, mesh renderer, mono behavior. The first mono behavior. Wait. Yeah, it's the first mono behavior. So if my theory's right, these are in the same order as the inspector. So what is it? How does it go? now I'm looking at a different one. Okay, let's go to... All right. So this is a healthy Pro Builder object. Okay, so the mesh filter. Oh, this is pointing to a different object. Check my theory that they're all in the same order. So, what we got? Game object, name, wall. This seems to be the top level game object. Transform. Transform. Curious if tag and layer are represented. Are they there? 0. Yep. Okay. Transform, and then the mesh filter. PB mesh 508. It's saying file ID 0. This feels like it might be an internal reference. I'm wondering if this data is inside of the prefab or if it's in some external file. I'll just do a search for this number. Well, it says file ID. Mesh renderer also references it. Okay, so that mesh data is stored someplace else. Pretty sure. Oh, wait a minute. What's this at the top? I don't know. So it's still a mystery to me where the actual vertices that make up the mesh are kept. Okay, so it goes mesh filter, mesh renderer, and then it's on to the next thing, which I think is a Pro Builder. Pro Builder mesh, okay. Oh wait, there's some vertices. They got vertices. So a healthy Pro Builder mesh object looks like this. What does mine look like? Bad. Okay, so it's got a different format, but the mesh data is still contained in the file. So the trouble is that, suppose I figure out how to apply the missing script that is meant to go here. The data that's here is in the ProBuilder 2 format, and the script that I've got in the project, which is being used by prefabs already, is ProBuilder 4. So the task I have, I think, is how to upgrade a ProBuilder 2 object to ProBuilder 4. Yeah, this sounds like maybe the same kind of problem. All right, I'm about to maybe mess things up, so let's git stash. Okay, so it needs it to be in the scene. So that actually works for me. I'll try putting an object into the scene. Put ice in there. It will look stupid. And so let's repair. I like that one too. Oh yeah, this is what I want. Oh, it's going through everything, not just the scene. Oh, this looks promising. I drank so much coffee this morning, but I feel like more coffee. Now we're getting someplace. Oh my god, that had me freaked out. Okay. Fill up ice. Then. Now this is where I thought I was starting it. Okay, I'm so relieved right now. So relieved. So if I look inside of here, now all the Pro Builder scripts are there. Awesome. Good job, Carl and Gabriel and all the other 6x7 people. Let's say simple piece discovery. It's going to be ice piece. And then I got to get the material right. There. Fuck yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Ah, happy, happy, happy. I'm going to celebrate by making myself a cup of coffee, which means I'll be gone for about 5 minutes, and I'll come back and I'll just go to town on the rest of these. Save. Save project. Alright, I'm going to switch over to the wait screen. I'll be back probably 5 minutes. Gotta make some coffee. back. Leave that door open because it gets hot. Alright. After a brief amount of frustration and frankly fear in my gut that I'd have to redo a whole ton of 3D modeling. I fixed the Pro Builder 2 to 4 upgrade issue. So now I'm going to see if I can just kind of walk through all of my assets and fix up missing scripts and materials and other references. And we'll see how that goes. Okay. Arches. There we go. There's my beautiful mesh. Okay. Do we have missing scripts? No. Just the missing material. So I have a thought. I don't want to get sidetracked with this idea. The idea is I'd write a utility that parses assets and creates a map of names to GUIDs. And then once I have this list of GUIDs, for any missing script, I can take a look at the GUID and just look it up to the table and see what the name of it is, and then I'll be able to locate whatever used to be there. And this might be kind of important because I'll spend a fair amount of time guessing otherwise, and sometimes it's not just picking a material that looks good, but there might be UV mapping that I originally spent a lot of time fussing with that was based on a particular material, so I really need to get the original exact material in order to save all that work that I did on the UV mapping and have it still line up correctly. So I'm just thinking about this. I'm a little bit... this was a good exercise for my overall learning to go into the prefab files and look at what they have in them. But okay, so I'm a little bit apprehensive about this trap I'll fall into where I want to write some new code. So I think of some kind of tool that I could write, which is fun to write, but it takes a while, and it's not as good as maybe another option that would get me to where I need to be faster. So number one, right now I'm doing my exercise where I list out my different options, and then I'll decide which one I actually want to use. So number one, write an asset file parser that generates a list of GUIDs and associated names. Okay. For any missing reference, look up the name from by GUID from the list. Okay, that's option number 1. Number 2. Did somebody already write this? Look for that. Look for existing solution. It just seems obvious enough that somebody already did it. Somebody in the Unity community. It might be like a little freebie up on the asset store someplace. Number 3. Guess your way through. In cases where you make multiple guesses, you can open the files to check name against GUID. All right, let me this is going to come down to effort. So let me take a look at the file format again. Oh, where are script GUIDs kept? Where are they stored? They're obviously not in the files. So are they in meta files? Okay. There is a meta file. So let me take a look at an example. I'll go to Simple Piece Discovery. And I'll see. Oh, cancel. Yeah, there's a GUID there. And then if I go to ICE. Okay. So for source files, if I'm going to parse them, it's not too bad as far as parsing goes. Let's look at materials. That's another thing I'll end up looking up a lot. that's the GUID for the ice material. Let's see if that's represented. It is. Okay. So whatever the asset is, I can always get the GUID from it from the meta file. Probably that's true. The parsing is pretty simple. I will briefly look on the asset store to see if somebody's already written a utility like this. In fact, I'm almost certain they have. It's just more of a question, will I be able to find like the right search terms? To locate this little bit of code that somebody wrote. I'm assuming it's just like some kind of tiny little utility type of a thing. Let me just, if I search in assets for GUID, not guide, GUID, not guided missile system. Maybe? Nope, not that. I'm kind of interested in these features too. I don't know if this is going to help me with my particular task. Let me look in this a little bit further. No audio. I don't know if I'm going to learn anything from watching this video. One click to find all unused assets. That sounds awesome, actually. Oh, and I do see like a GUID list there. This seems potentially really good. Merge assets. What does that mean? If this just works like 90% good, it would be helpful to me. Like, it can have a few things that are sort of broken and buggy like a lot of assets are. But like if a few things worked in it. To find unused assets, to see which assets are using different things. That sounds awesome. And then there's that tantalizing GUID list, which is the thing. It might be the thing I was trying to generate. They aren't showing a screenshot of that, so I can't really tell. Okay, let me look at reviews. Ooh, 5 stars. I like to see recent reviews, because a lot of times assets in the asset store don't get updated, and then new versions of Unity come out and they just break. So I don't want to be just an idiot that just buys every asset that looks potentially cool. I don't want to be that guy. So the thing that will make or break this for me, add to my list for now. Is what that GUID screen looks like. So if the GUID screen actually lists all the GUIDs of objects, then I think I'm good to get this, because that would mean I don't have to spend an hour or two writing that code. Let's say refunds. Oh, it's just a bunch of CS's. Okay. Alright, I will take a look at this video again. Okay, then scan the project. It goes and reads all the files. This is like some of the code I was going to write. Okay. I do really like the idea of being able to see all my dependencies, what is using what. There are some objects in my project that I'm not sure if I can delete them or not. This would help with that. All right, I just want to see what is in that GUIDs tab. Duplicates. Check finding duplicates, huh? Oh, that's good too. GUIDs. Okay. I'm hitting pause here because this is probably the best way I'll be able to figure out if this is going to work or not. So if I put in, if I enter the name of a GUID, if I enter a GUID, what does that do? GUID to object. So maybe the way it works is that you put in the GUID and then it will tell you what the object is. Doesn't seem to be how it's working currently. I'll keep playing and see what happens. Oh, it's some kind of replacement. Okay, I don't think this is going to give me what I want. It does look useful in other ways, but I'm going to call that I'll call this something that I may want to use later, but not now. I'm really trying to do better about buying assets on a whim. I think I've probably spent like maybe $500 on the assets and used maybe half of them. And part of the reason why I buy assets so quickly is because I trick myself into thinking I'm some sort of a philanthropist or, patron of the arts, helping out these loan developers doing their cool stuff, and that's all good, but it gets stupid when you buy a bunch of shit and don't use it. So we'll wait until I have a more clear and immediate need for this asset. But I do have it on my wish list. All right. So I'm thinking about that. Is there some other tool? I don't think there is, at least not with that search term. And that was a good search term to use. I don't know if I can get a better search term than that. Okay, let me just try tool. Unity tool list GUIDs. Unity tool GUID lookup. Yeah, this one looks. Okay, this is helpful. Yeah, okay. It's going to be something like this. And I won't have to file parse. Good. That's not that hard of a thing. It's even kind of enjoyable code to write, but I'm not here to enjoy myself writing code. I'm here to get my project done. Get it shipped. Shipped. Shipping is anachronistic. Okay. Gotta pee. Be right back. It's like a creepy little bug on the outside of my window, a medium-sized bug, and I was like this. I was like this with my finger to kind of flick the opposite side of the window that I'm on, the interior, to maybe make that creepy bug move along. And then I just thought, that poor bug, he's not doing a damn thing to bother me, other than just existing and being slightly creepy looking. Just a little bug out there. And I stopped myself, because I'm a good guy. So the creepy bug is on my window, and I'm okay with it. He's my bug friend. But he'll probably find a way to lay eggs on the screen of my window such that 100 versions of him creep into my house and infest it. He'll probably find some way to get in like that. Okay, let us take Tomeki 2's code and see how it works. I like that. It's a snippet. It's just a little snippet. Nice self-contained piece of code. And I think I can just put it inside of a game object. I won't worry too much about where the proper home of it might be for now. Let's call this Meki Quid. I think what was that his name? Meki. Or Eki, maybe Tom Eki or two Meki. I like Meki. Meki. Okay. New script. Meki Quid. Okay, cool. Get rid of that. See what is broken. I'm just going to read through this just to make sure there's nothing dangerous in it. Looks pretty good to me. Wait for the update here. Okay. Now we know. So I'm going to do one that I actually know the correct answer to make sure it's working as expected. Beautiful. Okay. Now let's do one I don't know the answer to. No. The thing about it, isn't that because you deleted all the meta files? Because you thought all the meta files were bullshit. Isn't that why? I was worried about the meta files bringing over the disease of the corruption that I had previously. Well, I think I need them. I think I need them because I've got the GUIDs. If I generate new GUIDs, then they'll be different than the ones that were originally referenced. But maybe, is there something when the meta files are regenerated that it pulls out the same value from the material? Let me see if ice material has got a GUID value inside of it, which could be used. No, it doesn't. So the GUID must solely come from the meta file. That's my theory. I don't think it's entirely proven, but it's the most likely thing to be true, that the only place that the GUID, or the source of truth for the GUID, is from the meta file. So if that's the case, then I do need the meta files. I need to copy them over from the old project to the new project. I'm going to take a moment to say thanks to this guy, to Meki. I'm logged in. I like people that are generous. I like helping. I like helpers. People are helping us out. Tameki. Okay, so moving on. Let me do a few things. First, I'm going to organize that very useful tool so it's in a good place. I could put it in the booter and just have it instance only if it's a built-in editor. So whenever I pull in some source code that is not mine, I stick it off in this directory over here. Now, snippets do not have any licensing, any clear licensing to them. I suppose there's probably some terms of use for that Unity Answers portal that says something like, you know, you give up your rights or you're relicensing it. So normally I wouldn't put source code in my project that doesn't have clear licensing, but in this case it's editor only, meaning when I actually get around to distributing my game, it will not include this in it. Here, let me do it a little bit differently. Okay, we'll say if that's this undo Godkiller. That goes there. This other one I'm going to delete. Okay. This guy I can delete. Booter. Syntax highlighting is kind of weird there. I would have expected this to be all in green. Anyways, I don't know why I'm messing with oh, yikes. I don't know why I have to mess with all this stupid line endings, and it's kind of like popping bubble wrap. I don't want to debug log in the middle of my code. don't know. Or, hold on. We're going to read through this. God damn it. Editor garbled this file. Okay. That's fine. Okay. And this file is acting so strange. I'm going to close it. Maybe it'll be better when I open it up again. Okay, now may I add it? I don't get it. Console. Some garbage going on with Meta files. Okay. Third-party source. Where's that? Where'd the Meki thing happen at? Assets Meki Gwid CS. Is that still present? It's not. So that should be clean. Am I in the right spot? Yes. Okay. Can I just play? Does that still work? It does. Okay. How is that here? Oh, maybe I don't need it to be added to... Maybe I don't need it to be added to a game object. It is like a editor window type thing. So maybe I just don't need that. It doesn't have to be added as a component, and it's not intended to. Editor window is not derived from mono behavior. Therefore, it's not a script that you put there, except that before I did put it in. Yeah, I don't get it. But does it work? Yeah, it works. Okay. So this is a good point to save. Get status. Okay. I am wondering one thing. There's this thing called an asset database. And I'm not sure in the new project if it inherited some GUID values. I know that Unity will create a meta file automatically for an asset that does not have one. So the thing I want to check is if these newly created meta files contain a different GUID than they had in the old project or a brand new GUID. And if they contain the old GUID, that would mean that there's some other source of truth, like this asset database, that has the GUIDs. And then that would mean an exercise of copying over meta files is just pointless work. So let me check that before I get into copying a bunch of meta files. Oh, and also let me turn off my coffee pot so it doesn't make really burnt coffee. Okay, I'll be right back. I live in a house with 4 flights of stairs, and sometimes I'm impatient to move between that vertical space, and I just ran up 2 flights of stairs. I'm kind of winded. Okay, back to work. Want to test if the regeneration of GUIDs by Unity preserves the original GUID or if it just gives it a brand new one. Should not be hard to do. I can look at one of the materials. One of the materials. Well, I can look at the ice material, which I already have open. So if I go back, the left side over here, that's the old project. So if I look at the old, come on. If I look at the old one, it's got that, and I come over to the new one, and I see the GUID has changed. Okay. So, don't save that. Okay, so I'm thinking about a good, safe way to do this without kind of fucking up things that are correct and right in the new project while I fix the things that are wrong. And since Unity has the habit of generating those meta files whenever I switch to its window, I think just to kind of keep everything under control, I'm going to shut Unity down while I copy over the meta files. So I'll go ahead, I'll save. By the way, I spent so much time doing both of those saves. Unity does save project, save the scene. Saving your work. Because I've been like kind of in OCD fashion saving both things. Save all scene file save and project-wide changes. So I could just be doing file save instead of always doing save project. Okay. Just because something works doesn't mean you should do it all the time and keep doing it. All I gotta do is do save. I don't have to also do save project. Alright, so quit Unity. I'm learning so much about the files that are used to make up scenes and their innards. It's actually pretty nice. It's pretty nice to kind of like look at all the text inside of those files. It really takes the mystery out of it. So I'm quite appreciative of how simple and easy to read they are. All right. So let me make a plan. Just a little mini plan. plan here. My plan is going to be it's going to be a little bit tricky. Referenceable objects to keep their original goods. That will include, I mean, really everything. But materials. I don't have to redo the textures. So I already kind of straightened out the references between texture and material. So materials, prefabs. What else is there that might have a reference that needs to be kind of kept the same? I don't know. I can just start with materials and prefabs. If I have to, if the old project's still there, I can still copy across. Okay. Okay. But I'll mess with level selector. Okay, I know how to do it. I'm realizing too that the original problem I had of finding all the missing parts, it might go away. So this also could apply to scripts. And that would be a nice thing to have if some of the objects just worked, you know, if they had their scripts defined. So let me go in here. Just making sure that this follows the exact same format. And it's not remembering my choice I did earlier, which is kind of annoying. Let's see, I said always open with this. Always, just always do that. Okay, same file format. Nothing tricky about it. Okay. So I'm using green to mean everything in the directory should be remated. I don't like that word. Re-referenced. And yellow means some of the things should be, and need to dig into it further. So let me do level controllers first. All right, I already did a git commit right before this, so if I mess something up, I'll just restore back to that previous commit. So if I go over to it's a little bit tricky because I rearranged these significantly. Just make sure that this is in fact different. Oh, fuck you. Let's try text edit. Maybe it's not bad. 344C versus... Yeah, it's different. Okay. So... maybe I don't need to delete those. Maybe I just overwrite them. See what it allows me to do. Okay, and then we got well, that's it. Okay, I want to do a plus. Replace. Place. Place. Okay. This no longer needs any work. Is there just to remove the tag option? No. Oh, you can, yeah, you can do that. Okay, cool. All right. Moving right along. Materials. So boot, I know, does not need anything. Faces. Yes. Level. Yes, everything. Level selector. No. Don't touch it. So that's cool. Okay, done. These I don't care about. Leaf is probably down here. It's not. It'll be in a different location. Okay, so after I move these over, I'll still have to do apple and leaf. Apple and leaf. Okay. But the other ones, calm, complete, excited, frenetic, and stem, those will be done. Okay. Cool. Gotta find where those other materials are at. I got no idea. They came from somewhere. Maybe I had them in the theme. Yeah, that's where I had them. And it looks like I deleted the meta files in the source, which wasn't smart, but I don't think that's the end of the world with this. Oh, wait, they can be in here. They could be in here. Nope, they're not. That's fine. I'll just have to hand link that, manually link it, or link it in the editor. Okay. Death box. Okay, hilt and the knife, those are in a different directory. Yeah, I'll go ahead and mark these just so I don't forget about them. Now the rest of these, are they all here? Scroll vignettes. Face sheet. Walls. Yeah, the rest is all there. Okay. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Good. Alright, so then let's find hilt, knife. Q. Oh, it's a nice little advantage that it actually gets rid of the little green marker when I copy over a file, which I actually like quite a bit. That suits my needs. So let's go to particles. There's a whole bunch of particles. See, this is good because it'll make sure that I get them all, every last one. if I became the Bob Ross of live coding sessions? Now, see if my new system works well. Pull this over here, and then I just let it go, and start replacing. Replace, 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 replace. You can do it. Oh, that's perfect, because I can see that I missed two of them. Two of them did not get copied over. This one I don't think I'm going to need. I think this is like a synchronization. Okay, so where is BDP baseline? Yep, I didn't select them, so they got missed. Okay, and there's this particle accent. Okay. There's a bunch in here. I'm going to do trails first. Trails. Cool. So now, oh, hey, Digital Zombies. Yeah, Bob Ross in it. So I'm considering, do I want to replace the metas for the PNG files? Because I already re-referenced the materials to the textures, so I would be, yeah, I don't want to touch them because I already know those are good. No reason to overwrite them. So that means I need to just select all the materials only. Material metas. Lightweight rendering pipeline. Yeah, I haven't messed with like the different pipelines. I've just kind of like stuck with the default one for No, I haven't thought about them much. So if I just mark these all green, then I'll know that okay. So go into purity. I'm such a dummy. I deleted all the meta files in the old project. I do have another option though. I've got a backup from a week ago that I could be referencing. Just make sure the last backup is successful mail. Yep, it was. Okay. On RDXs. I'll stick in Sundays, which was 7 days ago. And go to the backup. This is a great test of my new backup system. Okay. Cool. Oh, what was I doing? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, what I probably did is just some sloppy Finder maneuvers and deleted all these meta files. Did I delete any of the other files? No, it looks like I just deleted the meta files. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about fixing the old project because I've got even another older backup of it that I could go back to if I had to. So let's just fix the new project. Let's take all the meta files here. Oh, here's where my Apple material is at. Okay. And not the pinks. Just these. Nope, not the pinks. Matte.meta, that's all I want. Matte.meta. Okay. So let's copy that across. Okay, so that cleared quite a few of the greens, and I've got the clouds are in here. Don't need those. Okay. Then there's a bunch of materials that are up one directory. Okay, what are the things I need here? Blockwood. Blue glass. Blue light. Blue light half. Bridge glass. Okay. Yeah, I really need to preserve these references for the grades. I did so much UV mapping on those. It's weird. It doesn't seem to consistently overwrite the files or remove the green marker, but that's alright. I can do it more than once. This one I don't need to copy over because I already got that referenced correctly. Yeah, some of these, they're definitely making me do them twice. It's probably a Finder bug, not a file copy bug. Okay, so that's it. I did find the apple and leaf. It's in here. Apple, leaf. So copy those over. Okay. I'm debating whether or not I want to do all the scripts too. I think I do. But the scripts will take a long time. Do I want to do a test to see if all that, 30 minutes or so of file copying actually resulted in references being corrected? I think I do. Because otherwise, if I'm wrong about how copying these meta files works, then there'd be a lot of wasted work for me to go and do the same thing for the scripts. So let's do a sanity check on this whole endeavor. Interesting. Well, it only gave me 8 warnings. Only 8. It didn't give me a warning for every single meta file. Let me actually look at the ones that it complained about. Oh, it was actually missing the material file. Well, I better make sure the material file gets copied over. Bath tile floor A mat. Okay, these are good warning messages. I was wondering where this went to. Okay, I'm really glad I paid attention to these warnings. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get these copied over last time. Okay, cool. Okay. leaf. I think it deleted the leaf meta file from here, but is it over here? Yeah, it's over there. Okay, that's all good. This I dealt with. Yeah, these are just paired with the warnings above. Okay, so this is looking promising. Moment of truth. I might have deleted the material that the arch is referencing. Let me pick something else. Ah, yes. Okay. The basic concept is sound. I can retain the references to materials and other types of assets, even if they move to different directories, but I have to have the original meta files copied over because that's where the linkage is. That's half of defining the linkage. Okay. So exit out Unity again, and I'll do all the scripts. I'll do the equivalent of a save. Now I do the scripts. There's some way to make this whole directory read-only. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. So now... Oh, I gotta do zones too. Okay. am I saying here with my scripts? So the ones that I'm marking as green mean I want to replace all of the meta files inside of that directory with the old meta files. And the ones that are yellow, I'm saying some of them, because there's some new scripts that don't come from the old project that I want to retain. Level selector is all new, so I don't have to do anything inside of it. Okay. Third-party source. So it's a big lesson to me. There's really no reason to delete the meta files. Just because Unity will generate them again doesn't mean you want Unity to generate them again. I should give Unity credit for having some reasonable way to hook up the references. Okay, so scripts, third-party source, third-party source. Audio. So some of these are old and some of them are new. I think it's just going to be everything besides audio point pool, I think, needs to be updated. If I'm wrong about that, it's not too big of a deal. It just means there'll be some reference someplace that needs to be updated. Okay. Oh, note. See, I really thought I copied that, but it's okay, I can do it again. Okay. Oh, it keeps not updating. Let me do that again. Okay. Probably not that worrying. Let's see. I suppose I could do this a lot faster if I sort. Is it my imagination, or is Finder just full of bugs? I just said sort by kind, and one window worked and the other didn't. Good thing Finder is not an important piece of software that you use every day that's part of the operating system. Good thing. These ones I'm really happy to fix their references because they definitely get used. Alright, so let's see, this will be green. This other stuff, let me look at. Yeah. That. Weird. Oh. I'm like, why isn't there a replace all button? Of course there is. Oh, man. Apparently I'm just happy to do things in a stupid, fucked up way that takes longer. Okay. This is, I wouldn't call it painstaking. It's not so bad. It's fairly straightforward. It's going along at a clip. Not bothered by it. Yes, there is some joy in a repetitive task that you don't have to think too hard about. Effects. I suppose if I was a programmer's programmer, I would just be thinking, no way I'm going to go through and do all this stuff. I'll write a little utility that will just go and update everything for me. But actually, I don't think that would work in this case, because there is a tiny bit of consideration I'm taking as I go about which files I'm going to update and which I won't. So, yeah. No, I think I am doing it the right way. Although the more correct thing to have done at the beginning would have been not to delete all the meta files. And that is a lesson I've now learned. Apply it all. Faces. I'm thinking a little bit. So as relaxing as this repetitive task is, I might be able to shave a half hour off of this work with a little more intelligence applied to it, which would be the acids here that I care about having the old GUIDs applied to are the ones that are actually referenced by a game object within the scene or a component of a game object. And when I think about this directory logic, one of the restrictions I put on the files in this directory is that they wouldn't be derived from mono behavior. They would be sort of like pure logical scripts. So I think there's nothing in this directory that could be referenced. I'm just eyeballing it real quick to see if I'm making a giant mistake, or if there's one exception or 5 exceptions or something like that. Yeah, I get to ignore this directory. Cool. Same thing for utility classes. I intentionally designed them such that they would not. Is that true though? Huh. I think I might have some mono behavior stuff in here. No, they're all like static class type things with no mono behavior. It's all good. So that should be it. Oh, for the scripts, there's also the prefabs. There's a bunch of those, but I don't need to do them all. Level. So basically, if I have any nested prefabs where one prefab references another prefab inside of it, then I want the meta tags correct. Think briefly about each one. Arches are not compound prefabs. Axles, yes, or potentially. Actually, I'll just mark them all as yellow to start. Consider them individually as I go. All these meta files, Oh, wait. No, there are some objects here. Why is the sorting so unreliable and non-deterministic? And sometimes it sorts by what you asked for, sometimes not. Okay. I've got 2 eggs. All right, let's see. Let's just... Hey, Digital Zombies. Thank you for joining me. We didn't talk too much, but it actually is kind of helpful for me to have some sort of audience. Thanks for joining. I'm glad you get something out of it. Happy to have you back anytime, and if you want to talk a little bit about your project sometime, that's cool too. See you around. Where am I getting this egg 2 from? All right, let's go through these. Don't think I need to mess with those. No nesting there. Is there nesting here? Nope. Also, if I'm wrong, I can always come back and fix the references. So I won't spend a lot of time thinking about these. Okay, the clouds, I think they are nested, so let's fix those. Oh, maybe that's what's going on. So here you're sorting. Okay, so how do I get you to think I'm in this direction? Okay, I'm going to sort by name. That's so weird. Why would you? I clearly have this one selected. Why are you sorting the one next to it? weird way to do it. Okay. And get rid of some coffee. Saturday. Oh, it's not Saturday, it's Sunday. Sunday. Alright, enough of that. Okay. If I click on this one and I sort, so friggin' strange. Alright, what if I click here and I come back to here? So strange. Who thought of it working this way? Is this a bug, or was this like some UX designer said that when we ask for a column to be sorted, it will always be not the one you want? It will sometimes be the one you want, if the one you want happens to be the one we choose to sort. I don't want to get caught up in that. I'm almost done with this whole activity. Okay, cloud's done. Creatures. Now I feel like they are referenced, so let me fix them. M's. Thinking about the cause of this whole mistake here in my thinking, which caused the mistake. So the original project was corrupted in some way, and I think it was more of a build issue, or a compilation issue, or source code linkage issue. And because I didn't know what was in the meta files, I sort of treated them as like a source for the original project that came up. You know, it's like they got corrupted in some fashion. That was not a good analysis, or at least it was kind of ignorant. It was sort of like, because there's one thing you don't understand very well, you think that's where the problem is. It's like a xenophobia. We don't understand Mexicans very well. That's where the problem is. Mexicans and metaphiles, we just don't understand them. That's where the problem is. Don't trust them. don't know why there's a player 2 here. It's not in the original. I'm just going to get rid of it. I don't like having junk like that. I suppose, again, that's me not understanding something and deciding it doesn't belong in my world because I don't understand it. But probably what happened was I made an extra file copy and I just created a player 2. So that should be a benign decision. Also, this egg 2 thing, same deal. Death box. Death box. Cool. Okay, decorations. Yeah, all these things get referenced. So floor edges. This is the kind of thing that the utility I was looking at in the asset store earlier would be good to use. To see if anything's actually referencing this thin pipe elbow thing. You know, now that I understand how GUIDs work, I feel better about doing things like renaming something that's got a weird name. Because I know that the file name is not part of the reference. You can get deleted. Okay, so the knob is referenced by these other ones, but the door is not referenced by anything, so I'll just do the knob. Basically all of the different doors use the knob prefab in them. Okay, got it. This is all interrelated. So let's fix those. believe the guides do have some nesting, so let's replace those metas. Meta's a weird one. So in the old project, I created a this prefab called main purity, and it was supposed to be a container for objects that were repeated from one level to the next, so that if I created a new level, I would create the new scene, and I drag this main purity is the name of the theme. I would drag that into the new scene, and it would kind of populate that scene with a set of expected game objects for levels to work. And there's quite a bit there, but this game object is not compatible with the new thing I created, which is called boot. And boot is a similar concept, but it stays in memory. It stays loaded as you travel between scenes. And basically, I want to use the boot object as the container for all these things, I think. But a simple way to look at this is this whole section is going to be broken, and there's no point in fixing these references. It just won't really help me, because it'll be like wasted work. Oops, just one that I missed perhaps. Okay. Let's see if okay, so I've learned that when those little green icons don't go away, it doesn't mean the file copy failed. It means that the Finder just inconsistently handled removing the highlight icon. So it's not a real problem. Okay, so meta, let's get rid of that. Outer walls, they don't need anything. Pillars shouldn't need anything. Wait, did I miss? Possibly. I'll find out when I load the rails. I don't think I nested. Rings. are the rings? I don't even know what these are. I'll go ahead and I'll update them. I suspect the highlighting thing, it has to do with the Apple iBackup or whatever they call it. Yeah, I think it's some kind of interaction there between those two things. I said no. Okay, there we go. Roof. That's not important. Spikes, not referenced. Stairs, maybe. Let me double check my theory. So October 28th, 6:08. Yeah, they're fine. I don't remember having all these different directions. What is this? D5E D5N U5N U5W. Yeah, I don't know. All right, that seems fine. Let us kind of save that. Okay, so that should put me in a better situation when I come back into Unity. So I won't have like tons of missing references to correct in every single friggin' object. missing something here. Pillar lamp 1. Okay, so these are all messed up. Oh wait, maybe they're fine. Yeah, that looks okay. It's got the wrong texture. Set to this Pro Builder default, which I don't really enjoy. Oh, but you know what? I think I might have done something where I set the Pro Builder default texture to be a more useful general purpose texture in the old project. I could be running up against that. I'm pretty sure that is the case, actually. So if I change it, so I can get rid of all this garbage materials from third-party assets too. They'll just be sapping at me in various ways. Simple metal, that was the one. So this is good. It's going to allow me to correct a problem that I was a little bit sloppy with before. So it's actually a good thing to keep the Pro Builder default texture something kind of ugly and obviously not what you want, because that's a way to quickly see if an object you created hasn't had a material set for it. And when I made the default Pro Builder texture, accidentally by the way, the same as this more useful simple metal texture, a lot of objects just kind of got that look, but it was then more difficult to see again, like, you know, where I hadn't set the texture to something. Okay, so this would be simple metal. And what's this cube? Blue light half. Don't know why there's two textures applied to this. Maybe to make it glow or something. I don't know if that's an intentional thing I did, or if it was just another kind of weird artifact of a few bugs that were in Pro Builder at one point. Let me try removing blue light and see what that looks like. Man, it seems like that fucks it up. So I'll just undo. Blue light doesn't seem to be hurting anything. Or, you know what? I think I applied it to some of the sides and not the others. So let me just leave that as it is, and just fix the simple metal. Good, good. Okay, that's what I want. All right, let's just put floor on it. It's not correct though. Yeah, it's okay for now. Okay, I'm just gonna go through these all one by one. Just make sure I don't miss anything. Here's this spoke. All right. Spikes are fine. What was the material I wanted to use here? I will say that there's something valuable in having like some reusable materials that aren't just named after the thing that they're going to be, the mesh that they're going to be applied to, or the game object they're going to be applied to. Just to have a small palette of some textures that are kind of reusable. It seems like I want both. I want some materials that are just reusable, not named after the game object that they're applied to, and others that are specific to it. So, this one I believe was supposed to be steel or brushed metal. And I think I don't want that made of fire. I want instead oh, I guessed correctly. What about this little spiky guy here? How come you're missing a texture but your buddies are not? It seems like another of those glitchy Pro Builder texture assignment things, which I think they fixed, but still seeing it here. So what? Okay. Guess good enough. What happens if I go to 1? Probably it'll not render some of the sides. No, it fixed it. Cool. So then let's go to the axle. Ah, my reference is kept. Yay. Okay. Okay, what was the material it was using? It was kind of so I can go way back in time, maybe. Boy, I've been doing this for a while. By the way, if anyone's kind of like wondering what the game looks like and they're not so patient to wait for me to get it all going again, some of these old videos will show you. Over here in this span of time, it was just starting to look good, but I hadn't gotten the post-processing in yet, so I'd say ones like this, Gameplay Basics and the Godkiller Explained, that's a good one to just sort of have a primer of what the game's like. Third basement level, anyone where it says that there's a level that's being demoed, that one's pretty good to get an idea. Alright, so I'm going to play my own video inside of my video. And I'm doing it so I can see what texture I used before for the spikes. I may not be able to learn enough. I will make it so that there is a meta key that you, not a meta key, but like a meta. Shut the hell up, you idiot. I can see him down there. There's the spikes. This is such an early version of the game, but I think I had the texturing done on the spikes down there at that point. Is this a new level? Oh yeah, but it's a level. Okay, I can almost figure out which texture I have. From this, it looks like maybe steel. I don't know, man. Is it really that important? You know, I think it was Zebrano. I think it was at Zebrano. I seem to remember vertical lines. That would have been Zebrano. Okay, let's go with that. Let's go with that. I don't need to do the meta thing. I can just this is it. I'm almost certain. That was it. I guessed correctly. Okay. Let's take a look at the axle. That's not quite right though. I gotta remember to keep coming back and looking at these things. Missing prefab, dummy type prefab. Yeah. Where's my Zebrano vertical? Where'd it go? It's right here. There, that's what I want. Okay. Brushed metal. Someone texting me. Friend of mine got married. Oh. Okay. Brush metal, brush metal, brush metal. Oh, I'm missing the brushed metal PNG. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's better. Alright, done with axles. Base floors. Do these even matter to me? I can't remember. Oh, yeah. So these actually are useful. Just kind of these large objects that can be used for making backgrounds and stuff, and they are actually referenced in some levels. Let's check that these are all okay. What? Script? are you complaining about? Well, I don't actually need this one. It looks like a duplicate. Base corner 1, 2, that would be a duplicate. So let's just delete these. This one looks good. Oh, you're getting a tour of all the assets, which I suppose is something. Okay, what about that? Yeah, I got that little sliver of light emitting stuff over there. Okay, base corner 3. Yeah, these are basically good for making background objects or setting up some initial structure to a level. Okay, here we're missing some textures. I don't think it's extremely important, but let me fix it. Or I could just have it be floor. That makes more sense. Okay. So it seems to me that Pro Builder 4 is smart enough to know that if I delete one of the materials, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Let me try some other things. If I just say that everything in the object gets the same texture. Everything in the object gets the same texture or same material. Does not work. Jeez. Huh. So me clicking undo fixed it? Weird. Okay. Did I delete a side here? Maybe I did. I think it's fine. Okay, base edge 2, base edge 3. Boom. So I'm checking them over for missing textures because I just don't want to have to find them by waiting for me to notice them inside of a scene. So like these prefabs will be included in some scene, and they might be part of background objects. And it might be like the kind of bug where you just see that little glimpse of pink far off in the distance, but only from a certain angle. So I'd much rather just kind of figure out the problem here, debug it here, than have to rely upon finding that missing texture some other way. Alright, see, so like if this pink thing is like way off in the distance in some background object, it's just a pain in the ass to have to boom. Okay. Here's where I was kind of hoping that I could just get it to consolidate. And there's like a weird two-step process I've been using there where first I delete the extra texture and it screws things up, and then I hit undo and it goes to a third state, which is the state I want. So it's not real intuitive, but I think I found a workaround to fix that. Let me see if the other changes I made are still retained. Pro Builder has been really funny with texture assignments. I'm hoping those are just artifacts of the Pro Builder 2 code, and Pro Builder 4 is on top of it with all the texture assignment or material assignment. Okay. Base floor is done. Blocks, these are important. These I'm kind of proud of. Because I modeled them and I generated the textures, and I was thinking of something in real life when I made them. I was thinking of the little blocks that you play with when you're a toddler. It's old-fashioned wooden blocks, and they've got letters on them. And yeah, I think I made it pretty close. Okay, here, what is the missing texture? Oh yeah. What was the material I used here? It's making me happy that these old videos are actually useful to me to go back to as a reference. Somewhere in here I've got my code for making blocks. There it is. I remember it being kind of a pale texture. Oh, did I put the letters in yet? Skip ahead. Not seeing the letters. Oh, here's the letters. Okay. I'm going to take a look at my textures that I took out of play. Yeah, I don't think any of those were actually it. Double check over here. Alright. Maybe I shouldn't fuss over this too much. Let me just put something in there that looks okay. That's kind of weird. Oh. Maybe there should not be any material for this, because this is actually the game object that this is the game object that's going to display the letter. Pipe, on the other hand, that's got a missing material, so let's throw in that. Might not be bad. I can leave that for now. It might even be better than the original thing I had. Okay. Let's go back into block, console, yep. So here I've got some editor code which is supposed to set the letter. It's throwing an exception because I'm not able to get the Text Mesh Pro component from the different letters here. So is TM Pro missing? Let me see what it's got. Did I install Text Mesh Pro? Pretty sure I did. Thought I saw it before. What happens if I just say it's okay, I don't need to save anything yet. So I suspect that this is another version issue with the Unity built-in Text Mesh Pro being different than the version I used when I created this prefab in the old project. I tell you, projects, they just rot. They just rot. Code rots. Because all the little dependencies, it depends upon our being updated and upgraded. This is going to be a long process. This whole thing of just getting back to where I was is going to be a long ass process. I'll be in a better place when I'm done with it, but man. So I think I know a good way to handle this. I will take a look at the settings in the file. So if I go to So I'm changing my approach in this session a little bit. So before I was thinking, let's go through everything really quick in a first pass and just kind of fix materials, and if anything is or missing references to scripts, and if anything is kind of more broken or needs more work, come back to it in the second pass. But I think there's more value in just fixing everything as I go. For one thing, it's easier to keep track of, because if I'm in Unity and I've got like a directory and it's all in alphabetical order, and I could do arches, done with arches. And I do base wall things, done with base walls. I do blocks, and I don't know, it's just kind of psychologically better to me to just be done with each thing as I go through it. And there's less record keeping to backtrack and fix things. All I gotta remember is like what the last object I was working on was. If I come back to this, and it's fine. So for this session, let's see, it's 4 4 or something. What do I want to do? I think I'm going to fix these blocks. I'm going to call that the end of the session. That'll be a satisfying end. If I just get the code that I had working to display the letters on the sides of the blocks and on the block pad and the gates, which is the other object I haven't poked into yet, that might take me a little while. It might take me 15 minutes. It might take me a couple hours. Depends how many glitchy things I run into. So I'm going to do that, but I'm going to take a little break before I finish the rest of that. So I'm going to go onto the wait screen, and I'll be on like a maybe 10-15 minute break. Hey, 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 hey. Okay, I'm still streaming. Good. Okay, that was a fairly extended break. Okay, returning to this. So I want to get the blocks working like they were before. And similar to my issue with Pro Builder, in the new project, there is a different version of the same asset. In this case, Text Mesh Pro. Text Mesh Pro. The new version isn't compatible with the old version. The assets which I imported, which reference the old version, are not loading. So if I add in the new one, maybe I can just get it to work. If I remember right, it's like this thing is not the real rendering object. Maybe I don't remember right though. No, I don't think I'm remembering right. So I want that to appear on the block. What was the old font size? 8.5. This might not be so bad. Okay, I think I got the gist of it. Oh, hey, Prigo Red. Sorry if I might have missed you while I was off on my break. I'm not sure if you're still here or not. I just barely noticed your conversation. Oh, you're here. Okay, cool. Yeah, I want to check if you're here because otherwise it gets weird. I'll start talking to somebody who's already left. Iconically Dutch. Are you Dutch yourself? I think if I trace the lineage back, it's Norwegian for me. I've not met anyone in Norway that's family, but my grandfather is second generation Norwegian, his mother first generation. But that doesn't mean that, like, in their family line they didn't, marry with some Dutch person somewhere and we got Dutch names. But I've been to the Netherlands before. There's one place where people are more likely to go than anywhere else in the Netherlands. I know it's not representative of the country. That's Amsterdam. Yes, hung out in the red light district for a little bit and checked that scene out. I went to Rotterdam too, but I can't remember too much about Rotterdam. Yeah, I haven't been there for what has it been, 10, 15 years. So I imagine it's a lot different. Yeah. And also, I understand, there's quite a few Dutch people that don't like that the first thing that people think about when they talk about the Netherlands is Amsterdam and the red light district and legalized prostitution and legalized weed and mushrooms and all that. I realize there's a lot more of the place than that. Just like, or tulips and windmills and wooden clogs and all that. But really, Amsterdam is pretty. With all its canals and everything, it's a cool city. I do like it. Well, the rest of the world caught up a little bit, maybe, or at least United States legalized weed in large parts of it. Canada. So I don't know. It's not a bad way to go. So this is Unity, and I don't know if you've done a Unity programming. So there's the language is C# for writing code, and then there's all these assets in here inside of the Unity editor. So I had an old project with a bunch of assets in it that were working fine, and then I had to create a new project and import them. So I'm just sort of slowly fixing all the problems with that. Oh, it's quite the playground. Hope you enjoy it. Definitely, I would have gone nuts if when I was a kid, Unity was available to me. I just you wouldn't have been able to pull me off of it. I had ancient computers that couldn't even do graphics. They could do text, stuff like that. Yeah. I made these blocks, and these blocks get letters on them programmatically, and I want them to work as they did before. Oh, Godot, yeah, I saw some demos about it. It looks pretty neat. I like the open source aspect. Yeah, sure. Yeah, throw my link. I'll pull it up. missing script. All right, let me finish this last letter, and then I'm going to take a look at your GIF. GIF or GIF? Cool, I love pixel art. Okay, so that should make that block right. Let me fix the letters so they're not all on initially. Old code works. Awesome. All right, let's go check this out. Pulling up some Twitch verification stuff so I can log into Twitch, so I can go to that URL that you posted and actually copy and paste it. 7. Okay. Oh, stop. Jeez. Okay, then we go to wait a minute. Nope. No. Don't go there. Okay. God. Maybe I do want to be there. Okay, go back to here. Maybe I do want to be there. Okay, go back to here. Maybe I do want to be there. Okay, go back to here. Maybe I do want to be there. Okay, go back to here. Mute. Where's the friggin' mute on this thing? Anyways. Oh, okay, finally. Okay. There we go. And then this one. Bam. Oh, cool. That's nice. It's like some other games I've enjoyed, like Cave Quest, maybe. Yeah, I like the jump and glide thing too. Alright. Yeah, that's cool. Let's see this other one. Is that the same one or is it a different one? No, it's different. No, it's the same. No, it's different. Okay. Boom. Yeah, I like these kind of games. Well, a platformer, like you really want to get yourself happy with the jumping, huh? It smooths into the glide relative to how hard you were falling. It smooths into the glide relative to how hard you were falling. Yeah. Huh. Cool. You know, it looks like a nice game. All right, I'll close that down. Man. Is this confusing to look at? Yes, it is. Let me go back to my stuff. Okay, cool. All right, so then I've got, in every session I've got a mission, and I really want to get the mission completed. The mission here is to fix my blocks, and I am on the way. Block pad here, up letter. I know how to fix this. It's just, I got to be a major pain in the ass, but it turns out it's not that bad. All good. So if I go back to here, yes. It's a working. I do want the prefab to not have this X here, so take that out. Then we go back. Yes, another one done. Okay. Cool. Picked up the texture reference. Just gotta get the letter. Consoles probably. Yep. Okay. This one's off a little bit. What's up with that? Yeah, just fix it. Let's do the largest letter, W. Oh, I bet I know why it was off. Okay. Okay, do that. It must not be sized the same. All right, W. That's the worst letter. Still messed up. Okay. heck's that? Okay, let me go on to these. W. Size 7. Yeah. I should make these letters as big as I can make them. So 7.5, does that fit? Not really. 7. 7 it is. Okay. Okay, 2 down, 3 to go. Okay. One more. My session is almost at an end. I've almost achieved the mission. Almost got all the blocks working as they did. Alright, that's it. That is it. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna add a git commit. Oops, I forgot to do git. All right, pre-go I'm taking off. I'm calling that a session. I like to end right after I finished what I said I was going to do. Nice to meet you. Game looks cool. If you got more stuff you want to show next time you're on, let me know. All right. Go smell some tulips. Go take off those wooden clogs. I know they hurt your feet. That's all right. That's like vaguely racist. Just joking. Carry on, sir. Nice to meet you.